There we go. Now you should be able to hear me. Welcome to the stream, guys. Today we are playing some farm sim. We are finishing up the kind of behind the scenes stuff from after my episode 1 of um my Westby, Wisconsin 90's RP series. We're finishing up doing some silage in oh my god, the zoom is so slow. Finish up doing here. We're probably gonna hit here as well, and then possibly up here tonight. And if I get bored, we might go work on some of my logging series as well. Yeah, so that is what we are up to. So let's get to it. The 4020 is just a little bit light for the job here, but it's been working. Let me just turn this stuff on as well. Just need to remember to turn it off before my next video. So yeah, unfortunately we have no hay rake, we have no like merger or anything like that. So we need to just pick up every single row with the chopper, which is very unfortunate. It's definitely be one of our more prioritized focuses as far as making feed goes in the future of the series. It'll be nice to finish up this field. It's been quite the project, actually. so far, the 4020's been looking really, really nice, so really happy with how this thing's been running the mower, other than a few spots. It's been a little, obviously a little underpowered, but overall it's been pretty good to me. Alright, done with the first field. So on to the next one. And here we are. We'll just follow where it folds out, so we'll just start on the outside here. Oh, instantly catch a pole. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Oh man. Oh no. Okay. We saved it in time. Tab out, not hit escape. We'll just turn it around here and go the other way now. So actually, while I'm thinking about it, I want to check out how much the. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I was just say I didn't think we owned this, but so that's gonna be 821,000. That's insane. Okay, never mind. 800,000, 200,000. So those will probably be our next fields at some point. Um, yeah, I'm guessing that those are probably the fields that we'll be getting next. That's an actual farm. No, yeah, that is technically a farm there. This is a farm. This is a big ass field. Um, so yeah, realistically, this will be the next chunk that we buy. Ideally, we'd buy this because then we could just continue on with all of our happy little mowing. All the fields basically somewhat line up here. Um, but yeah, it'd be nice to have all these soybeans for this year too. But what are you gonna do? We do have a pretty decent chunk of land. It's just none of it came pre-planted, so we're not going to be making a lot of money this year. We're probably going to be making a lot of money next year even. It's going to be the year after that really saves us. Luckily, I didn't do what I did in my last playthrough I did last fall, where I was just on extreme settings for everything pretty much, and ooh man, this game can be a real grind if you decide to play it, as hardcore as possible. It definitely wears you down like a real farming job does. Alright. That's 2 rounds done. I'm trying to do between 4 and 5. I did 4 on that other side. Yeah, 4 on the other side. I think we're going to try 5 here just to see how well the chopper handles. It can easily handle 4, I'm pretty sure, but I think 5 will make everything a little more comfortable as far as space on the end of the field. When we get to the other end over there, I'm just going to drive straight off the end and cut it. Well, actually, yeah, we're just going to start cutting the ends off now over there just because there's extra room because of the road. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm trying to make it so that the chopper doesn't have to turn super tight anywhere. It's like the one big goal when you're cutting hay or silage, grass, is you just want the rows to be as smooth as possible, just so that way the chopper doesn't struggle. Alright, sorry about that. Let's keep it moving. So right here's what I was talking about. We're just cutting the ends straight, so that way the chopper doesn't have to try to make a ungodly tight corner and miss any silage. So that's sort of the thought process behind that. It's nothing too scientific. It's like I just said, you're really just trying to make sure the chopper doesn't turn too tight and break anything. So I'm not sure yet. Like I said, this is all for the RP series. But in the RP series, we started off with like a really nice miter chopper box. And I think we're going to sell that in the next episode. Because I think we could sell it for like 15K or something like that. And we can get a way cheaper Dion chopper box that's going to be smaller. But then, A, we won't have $1 in our bank account, and B, we'll be able to pay for fuel, so that'll be really, really nice. I still don't quite know how we're going to make our money back. Other than soybeans, like right now, soybeans are it. That's all we have to make our money back with, so... I mean, here's the hoping that soybeans pay off, because if not, we are shit out of luck. I'm gonna turn this down like that. Because it's, for some reason, it wasn't even a problem before, like in my, when I was actually recording my live stream, but for some reason it is quite loud for me right now. So yeah, we're gonna turn it down just a smidge. It's three rows. Like I said, we're gonna try 5 here. It's kind of a weird field to do the test on. But we'll still be able to get a decent idea of how 5 headlands will do. It's pretty much the entire field, honestly, but it'll still work. So one thing that's got me concerned right now, and it's not going to bother me during this live stream, I'm definitely not going to go through all of it, but this thing is chewing through fuel, like, or I guess chugging through fuel. It's liquid. But it, I mean, it is just burning fast. So that's, like I said, it's, we're going to be a really weird spot as far as just making money. Like, it's, we're going to be struggle busting for a little bit, especially because like this RP series, some of them are really scripted. I refuse to really do a lot of heavy scripting, like scripted kind of RP. Also, we won't be doing any contracts on this map because I always have terrible luck with them, and it kind of breaks the field in my experience. So that's, unfortunately, we can't go and make 10K with that. But if we go to like here, then we go to, no, it's not here. We go to price fluctuations. There we go. And then we go soybeans. Like, if we really want to make peak money, we're gonna have to wait till freaking July. So, I genuinely, like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this series. Honestly, it's kind of gonna be a real challenge. Genuinely, like I said, I'm trying not to do too scripty of a series, but I mean, if I have to bail myself out by doing some weird side thing in the series, then I'm willing to. It's just I have the kind of like caveman brain where I just see challenge and I have to do this challenge. And right now the challenge for me is just financially figuring out how the hell realistically we'd fight our way out of this hole. And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we have this. We have this. So that'd sell for 15. That's pretty good money. We also have this. That'd sell for 8. But pair that with the truck, that'd sell for 6. So we could, you know, have around $30,000 in the bank, which would probably get us through a lot of the year if we did virtually nothing, but that's not really that good of content. So then we're back to, you know, like, what do we do here? So it's gonna be a fun challenge, that's for sure. And I'm trying to get as much of this grass done as possible because I switched it to 2-day months, so 2 weeks is a day, and that starts like tomorrow in game. So right now August is only 1 day, so tomorrow will be September week 1 and 2, first half. So we kind of have to. What was I saying? I kind of lost my train of thought. Basically, like, it's just we can't really crank through just straight to July either, because, like I said, we're gonna have 2 weeks a month, or two days a month. I'm confusing myself right now. Yeah, I think 30K could probably get us through. Obviously, like I said, we're gonna get whatever we sell the soybeans for, but the longer we can wait, the better. Unfortunately, we're still gonna need to buy like seeds and fertilizer for our next crops, so that's gonna cut into that. I'd rather not sell a truck if I don't have to, if I'm being quite honest with you, but it's so cheap that we can honestly just buy it back, and that can all be done through RP. So yeah, I don't know. Just a little insight as to when you don't do a super scripted series, what it's like trying to plan everything out. It can be a little challenging, honestly. Yeah, right now our big goal is to... Oh, that's what I was saying. We need to get as much of this feed done as fast as possible, just because A, harvesting is going to come up, and that's going to take up a lot of time. And then B, we just need to get as much feed done because we're only get this one crop done. We're not going to get a second or third crop. It's already going to be September, so yeah, we are definitely crunched for time. Am I just really disoriented here? Yes, I am. Okay, so there is grass over here. I'm like 95% sure this is a pasture though, so I'm not sure we're gonna be able to go cut that, but we will give it a try after this. Even though I'm already so sick of cutting grass. Also, for anyone who's actually watching and kind of gives a shit about the RP series and what I'm thinking, right now I'm really debating if I want to make field 71 winter wheat, or if I want to do all of 48. The scary thing about that is if we look at wheat, winter wheat is like, obviously it sells at like the opposite end of the season because that's when everyone has already sold off all their stuff. So, I mean, we'd be harvesting winter wheat in what? About May, and we won't be able to sell till January. So do I really want to sacrifice that much land for how much would it even sell for? 732 when the lowest soybean sells for 894. Obviously you get way more per acre. You get more yield per acre with wheat. So once again, it's just one of those things that makes farm sim so fun, is you have to do this kind of balancing act of what's worth it, and what's gonna keep me chugging along. And I genuinely love that challenge about farm sim. Even if you're playing on like an easy difficulty, it just makes everything so fun. I think a lot of people kind of fail to realize how big of a business management game this is. Like, you legit have to, like, depending on the difficulty you're playing, obviously, but like you have to really be on your game sometimes. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna go broke. I just want to tab out quick and just Google something quick here. Well, I didn't mean to open Twitch. What was I doing? Okay. All right, just wanted to look at something quick. So yeah, like I said, I don't really know what I can do. Like I said, obviously I can script it out, make it a little more RP heavy. But just as far as like an actual genuine challenge, because I'm just really thinking about how I could like pull myself out of the hole here. I think what we're gonna do, just for this harvest, just because like we obviously need money like now, is we're gonna sell all the soybeans is what I'm planning on doing. I think just because we don't have an auger even for our farm yet, so we can't even use our bins. So yeah, I think realistically the best thing to do, just take the money and run. Is just the best thing right now. I gotta say, I have never used this haybind mod before, but I am absolutely loving it. I think it is fantastic. It's one of the bigger haybinds available. Pretty nice. Now we have the 5, I think we did 5 full headlands on the end. Now we have those done. Now we're just going to do up and down. We're not going to add any more headlands to the end. The main OBS window keeps closing on my side monitor for some reason. It's weird. Like I said before, this tractor is absolutely burning through diesel. So that's a little concerning. I'm excited to be almost out of this field. The only problem is we have to go straight back to chopping. So it's like we're not really half done with this field, honestly. I think after this row, I'm just gonna run over to our field by the road and see if that's actually cuttable grass or if that's like a cow pasture. Pretty sure that's a cow pasture in real life, even if I'm not entirely mistaken. It's very weird playing a map that you know in real life and comparing the map to it. Alright, yeah, let's go, that's fine there. Let's go check this field because it is bothering me, not knowing if it's actually going to be cuttable or not. I'm praying to Oh, it's gonna be couple. All right, that is not happening tonight. There's no way I can, for my own sanity, cut this. Oh, absolutely no way. All right, let's get back to it. Oh, oh no. I was texting and driving. I wonder if this haybind works with course play. Oh, that's not technically a field though, so that wouldn't work really that well. I'm not gonna do any fancy course play stuff tonight. We'll just leave it for the next RP episode or something like that. Also, if you guys haven't checked it out, be sure to go on my channel and check out the actual series that this is a part of. Just finished episode 1, working on episode 2, basically right after this stream, I think. So, yeah, we're just kind of in a mad dash to finish as much as possible for the next video. So I hope everyone watching is having a fantastic night from wherever you are. We're just going to try to pick up as much of this little patch as possible, so that should just be one little strip. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Yep, so perfect. Take a big little swig of water. Do a little bit of patch around here. Sorry about that. OBS keeps doing weird stuff. Hopefully it's actually still streaming like it's supposed to be. Yeah, we might get around to that third field tonight. If not, no big deal. I'll just do it. Either during the next episode, RP episode, or just behind the scenes type of thing. Also, if you guys have any ideas as to what you want to see in an RP series, like it's a solo RP series. I'm not in any multiplayer ones right now, but if you have any ideas of what you want to see, feel free to let me know. I am very much a guy who's open to suggestions and ideas. It's other people who have to watch the content don't have to, choose to. I'm very thankful for it. But yeah, so like I said, I'm always open to suggestions and ideas and comments and concerns and all sorts of things. But yeah, I always like hearing what other people want to see and watch. Perfectly that lined up. Wow, right, perfect. Turn this off. That's already lifted up. Close her up. I don't know why I just tabbed over the game. And I wish our hay bind back in the day when we were still farming had like an auto center type of thing. It did not. When you were going down the road, you just had to try to center as much as possible and adjust the hydraulics as you were driving. If you notice drifting left, you had to turn it right. If you notice drifting right, you turn it left. It was real pain. It was a real pain to deal with. So we're just going to leave this here. I don't anticipate on using these bunkers for a good while, especially since we're using the silo. So yeah, I think we can kind of use this as like a bit of a storage area for now. Even though we have tons and tons of it over there. But we can turn this off now. And get the old case, the old International. Yeah, this is the chopper box I was saying. I think we're going to sell to get our initial kind of injection of cash into the farm. It's not really how it's supposed to be used anyways, like realistically, so it'll give you a good reason to sell it and make some money. Just having $1 in the bank account is not a great feeling. Because, yeah, this is like, this setup right here is just never how this is ever intended to be used. These type of chopper boxes are supposed to, like, be on the back, or on a tractor ideally bigger than the 4020, but be on the back of it and then being blown into, not hooked up to the chopper. Because this is a really bad pivot point. So I think we're gonna get this one. It's a lot smaller, but it's, I think, a more appropriate size for what the farm is. And it's, like I said, a little bit more realistic as to what the actual equipment you use on this setup is, but this one works just fine. Oh, and I just realized this is a Dion one. I didn't even buy a Meyer one for the beginning of the series. Thought I spoiled myself. Yeah, let's get to chopping. We have a lot of it to do tonight before the next episode. Also, if you haven't done so yet, be sure to hit the subscribe button. We're trying to hit 1,500 subscribers before FS22 comes out. Is it doable? I don't know. Do I like to dream? Yeah. So this is where not having a windrow or a belt merger or whatever you prefer to call any of that equipment, any sort of merging equipment, this is where having it would be fantastic, because as you can see, we have so many rows to do. And none of them are all that particularly large either, so we're just gonna be here for a while. We're gonna have to, I mean, realistically, we would go this way around the field anyways, but we're gonna have to go around this way because we can absolutely not make it up the hill with this setup going the other direction. There is literally a 0% chance we ever make it up the hill. Like, we're struggling right here even. Like, oh boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're really struggling. What is going on here? Okay, maybe one of our biggest upgrades will be a set of duels here soon. This is concerning. I didn't think this tractor was that underpowered. Alright, I guess we're, just because I'm here now, we're going to finish this slow little chunk, but if it gets this bad, we'll just lift up and come back to it later in the other direction, or just not worry about it. Yeah, I did not think this tractor was that underpowered. Because it doesn't really look like it's a traction problem. It genuinely looks like it's just a power problem. Also doesn't help that we have a giant chopper box on the back. Okay, at this point, why are we going slow? Like, what the hell? There we go. So that is absolutely a power problem, and that is no good on this farm. Because as you can see, Westby is, in real life and in game, very, very hilly. So, yikes. It's basically all I can say about that. And I'm really, oh, I don't. It's so impure. Gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking about it. But I'm tempted to just, since this is kind of, like I was saying, behind the scenes of the actual RP series, I'm tempted just to lease some nicer equipment just to get this job done, because this is gonna take forever, and I still need to record the next episode for tonight of both my logging and farming series. Oh, what to do, what to do. At least let a bigger tractor, maybe, just so we can actually, you know, make it up and down hills. Alright, yep, that's what we're doing. This is RP, this is Canon. We're borrowing the neighbor's tractor, so... Nobody can even say that I'm cheating, so... What are you gonna do about it, you know? This is all Canon here. What is the HP on this bad boy? 179? Oh, we can get better than that. We go here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Throw some weights in the front, and then if we... Oh, yeah, baby. And then we will just return that before I actually record for the next episode. Simple as that. Easy. Save us a lot of time. We'll finish this row. We can even get there. But yeah, like I said before, if you guys have not checked out the RP series, be sure to do so. This is the behind the scenes, kind of just finishing up tasks that weren't done in the video type of series or live stream. Yeah, the actual series is a YouTube video, and I have a logging one and a one I just started on, obviously this map right here for farming, so been enjoying them both very much. Let's get the hell off here. Turn that off. And here's our neighbor's tractor. So this is a Canon event. You guys have seen it firsthand. This tractor should be able to handle this. I'm praying to God. It's never failed me yet. Oh, we turned way too sharp. I wasn't paying attention. So how's everyone doing tonight? This already feels so much better. Like, genuinely feels so much better. The duals are a bit wide. Realistically, you would take off the right dual, which I think there's one modded tractor I've seen that has that configuration, which was really, really cool to see. For like plowing and chopping like this, you would usually take off the right dual. Remember how I was saying earlier that you want to avoid tight corners? Right there is a prime example of the corner you don't want to give your driver when you're making windrows. Oh, yeah. Look at that. It barely even notices the hill there. That's nice. That's like real nice. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tractor we try to save up for in the actual video series. This thing's a unit. I use it in like most of my personal playthroughs. I also just love the like wonky ass extra tank on the front. I think it's so funny. It's, ooh, man, even this tractor struggles a little bit. Much, much more bearable, though. I can handle that. I can handle that. Hoping we can actually make it all the way around to the very end here. That'd be extremely convenient. I don't think we're that lucky though. Well, actually it's pretty thin here, so maybe. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be so close. I don't think we got it though. No, we're just gonna go through. I think the chopper technically holds a little bit on its own, so. We'll unhook. No wonder the tractors were struggling. This thing is freaking heavy. This thing is super, super heavy. Oh. There you go. You can see the silo going up. If you haven't seen the farm, here she be. I did a full tour in the video. Actual haymow up there. Big old shit pit. Free stalls. Maybe, no, slurry pit, shit pit, I think. I don't know. Do not remember how this farm is set up. Silage bunkers. Here's the bins that we can't even use because we don't have a auger. One gravity box. That's another thing we might sell is we might sell whatever gravity box is worth more. We might sell one of them. Because realistically, we're so close to our farm, we don't really need a huge grain setup right now. We're probably going to sell this. I'd rather not. It's really sad to think about, but we're probably going to. So yeah, there's a few things we can do to make a little bit of cash on the farm right away, but unfortunately it means downsizing. Well, that's taking its sweet time. I'm gonna go check on something.
About why we did Twitch first.
God, I hate when you hover over an icon on YouTube how it just plays shit right away. All right, perfect. Let's keep it moving. We're gonna leave this like right here. That'll probably be good. And yeah, as you can see, the chopper held a little bit of grass inside of it. All right. Just had another person on YouTube trying to ask me something, so. Oh, way too tight of a turn. I don't even know why I tried doing that. This right here is the exact reason we have to go in this direction. And don't even have the choice of going in the other direction, as this hill is so steep. It's insane. We'll say this tractor is doing really, really well right up until this corner of the field. I don't know what it is about this corner over here. It doesn't even feel that steep, but it has just killed both tractors that have tried it. At some point, I need to go and landscape this ditch because it is really, really bumpy. Yeah, right about here, there you go. You see it starts chugging a little bit. Really starts struggling. It just doesn't even feel that steep compared to some other sections. So I don't know what's up with it. Yeah, way better than the 1 mile an hour we were getting the other tractor. Like up literally the entire section of any uphill incline, so we'll take it. And we desperately need to find... Do I even have any good windrower mods? Not to let my ADHD show through too much, but we don't even have a single windrower mod. Okay. Oh. Well, the Vermeer is pretty good. I don't think it's worth the 33,000. I think we'd RP that down a little bit in the series, but whoops. But yeah, that one's not too terrible. I don't want to buy that. Please and thank you. I love the Coon, but that's ungodly expensive. Clean this up a little bit if we can. It's our last like headland kind of row, and then we'll be able to start just going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. God, that's so rough.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to do like 100 other things in the background as well.
Right, we should be able to tear through these rows here. There's kind of a specific way we're going to have to do it just because of the hills. But it should all be pretty simple. Sorry, I'm just testing something here. I just noticed I got a subscriber earlier and it didn't come through, so I'm just gonna test. Oh, it works. Okay, well, whatever, I guess. Sorry about that if I missed your subscription. Yeah, Stream Elements doesn't even recognize that I got one. Weird. Very weird. Well, if you do subscribe and you are watching, and you do subscribe, just comment if it doesn't come through as a notification, and I will give you a big fat thank you, because I'm very appreciative of everyone who supports the channel. Not sure. Seems like my OBS is just being weird as hell today. You know, I love this map for its realism, just because the real Westby, Wisconsin is super hilly, but God, does it suck with low-powered equipment. It is such a chore to get through this map. I am not going to worry so much about realism right now as much as efficiency, so we're just going to cut this like real tight. Oh, we missed the rows anyways. Oh my god, too tight a turn. Whatever, we'll go back the other direction while we're still somewhat light. See if we can get up the hill now. Going this direction is usually a recipe for disaster on this map. Oh yeah, no, it looks like we should be able to handle this, I think. Still a little bit steep, but the steepest part's like, actually no, pretty much right there. Never mind. This is still a dumb idea. Oh yeah, there it goes. This is exactly what I knew would happen. We might have to back down. Oh, what a mistake. Oh my god, what a mistake. Oh, we're getting a little bit of grip, though. Hold on, hold on. Okay, I can handle that. That wasn't terrible. That was significantly better than I thought it was going to be. Still a way better idea just going this direction down the hill. just jackknife. So dumb. But we turn unrealistically. This would be terrifying to do in like in real equipment, like a real chopper, because usually chopper boxes are, like I said, you wouldn't be using a chopper box of this style on the back of this thing. It'd be like the front axle ones, and those are usually not very well maintained. So the amount of problems that you could possibly have while doing that is a lot. You'd have a lot of problems. Yeah, this hill is a beast. Oh my god. Just out of curiosity, well, I'll wait till I'm down at the end of the road, because knowing my luck, I'll go into the store and this thing will get traction and just keep driving into the barn. See, and this is exactly why we do this on stream and not in the actual video. This would suck to be in a recording and have get stuck like this. Excuse me. Let's do the full row. I'm more worried about getting his son of a bitch. This thing turns terribly. Sorry, I just wanted to... Okay. I just wanted to see what kind of other choppers I had. I also wonder if if I were to buy this like lower powered John Deere, if I could maybe pull it a little easier, just because the way the game simulates like power consumption's a little weird. So sometimes if you have a little bit less power hungry piece of equipment, it'll run way easier on some terrains. I've never even seen Dion before. So I'm curious to know as to where, Jesus Christ. I'm curious where this brand is popular. If this is like, if I'm just oblivious to Dion, or if it's kind of more of a niche brand. Because usually where, like, growing up where I'm from, it's all Case, International, or New Holland, or John Deere pull behind type choppers, which are kind of a dying breed, but they're still fairly common around me, or where I was living, I should say. We'll see a few older John Deere self-propelleds, and then surprisingly, you're seeing a lot more Colossus, and quite a few New Holland stuff too. But yeah, Dion is a brand I'm not super familiar with. Krone, I don't really see or never really saw in the region I was living in. Fent for tractors, you'd see a decent amount. For anything like combines or anything like that, no. And then John Deere new self-propelleds, where you'd never see those around where I was. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that New Holland self-propelled one, because that would be nice. I think that would be really, really time efficient to be able to just have a self-propelled one going on like course play and then just follow it. I think it would save a lot on this struggling up the hills type of stuff. My only question is, sorry to keep cutting like this, but when I get thinking, I get thinking. So this is our current pickup. It's 2 meters. The corn header would be 2.3 meters. And that's a little bit what I was worried about. So like if I were in the RP series to buy like sell my New Holland chopper and get the John Deere one, this is fine. Same size for the grass headers. That's perfect. Corn header is like a whole meter smaller almost, so that would be a bit of a problem. And then the New Holland grass pickup is 3 meters. The cutter head is 5 meters. And the corn head is 4 meters. So I don't know. It seems like it'd kind of be worth it to try to save up for that self-propelled one. Actually, if I were to sell this right now, I could buy the self-propelled New Holland. I don't know if we'd be able to afford the header for it, but we could afford the machine itself. Yeah, especially if we were to buy just the pickup head, I think we could afford it, honestly. There's quite a bit of stuff that might get shaken up in the next episode of the actual video series. Which, shameless plug, if you have not watched it yet, go watch it. First episode was just released, I think today. Recording another episode tonight, as well as my logging series. I'm recording another episode on. So if you have seen them, feel free to give me any input on what you'd like to see in the series, because I'm always open to input and more ways I can make a series fun to watch. I'm just going to try to finish up this section. Just going to have to make some weird wide turns. Possibly go into the field if we have to. And I don't know if we're going to get that field done tonight. I'm honestly feeling already beat. Like I said, I need to record those videos tonight as well, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that one's getting done, boss. The nice thing is, the grass isn't necessarily... Well, that grass is a little bit more of a hurry because it's already cut. But, like, we have another field of uncut grass, and that one's not quite as much of a concern, just because we have a few more weeks before, like, winter really rolls in, so we got time. I'm not too worried. I just like to get it done before the harvest starts, because with having such a somewhat small combine and fields that are very wavy, it might take a while. and I like to get everything done. If I start like a project in a video and don't finish it, I like to try to get all of it done before the next video, so that way it's not multiple videos of the exact same thing. But, I mean, the whole point of RP, even though mine is very light RP, is to, I mean, roleplay, like roleplay real life, so, you know, not everything gets done in one sitting in real life either, so, it's tough, I don't know. Yeah, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, feel free to put them in the comments. I'm actually excited to get rid of this chopper box. I genuinely think a smaller chopper box for now will be a bigger upgrade, if that makes any sense. Unless I do decide to sell this chopper and get a self-propelled one, then this one is the better option. But you'll have to wait around, and be sure to subscribe and watch the RP series if you want to find out what we end up doing. For now, for tonight, we're just gonna keep chugging away on this field. Alright, done with this half. Perfect. That right there is like an energy boost for me, just knowing that we got something half accomplished. Oh, we're chugging again. Until we stop moving, we'll keep her chugging. And we're starting to pick up speed again. Oh. That's not what we wanted to drop. there's anything else that really needs to get done. Mowing's really the big task here. Let's see if I haven't thought about what the actual next episode is going to be. What soybeans won't be ready for a whole month. Huh. What field was that contracted? Field 7? How big is that? It's not too big, okay. Like I said, I'm hesitant to do contracts because every time in previous plays that I've done on Westby, doing contracts, like, the AI won't plant in that field anymore. Same as if I ever, like, say I buy field 7 and I sell it, it just lays barren forever after that. It's how it's always worked in my playthroughs, so not sure what's up with that. It's kind of weird, kind of annoying, if I'm being quite honest. As far as setup, excuse me, as far as setup and like landscape goes, Westby is like one of my favorite farm sim maps of all time. As far as some of the weird quirks I've had on it, like bugs and stuff, it is really frustrating just because it is so close to being a perfect map, and then there's a few, like I said, bugs that I'll have that just really, really kill it for me. And there we go. Another load in. And we are going to run this side of the field while the chopper box is still somewhat empty. Come on. Come on now. See, at least we're getting 4 miles an hour, because if this thing was full, we'd be getting about 1, like we were before, so. There's always an upside to everything. It's just, sometimes you gotta really squint to see it. one more row to go on like the really steep part, and after that it should get quite a bit easier. And the rows are getting a lot shorter now too, so that's nice. That next field is not quite as hilly. The problem with the next one is it's just long and skinny. So each row just goes on forever, it feels like. Oh, and we're chugging along again. At least we're like keeping it above 4 miles plus. That's nice. That's really nice, actually. Pick up this last little chunk here. I try to not waste my time picking up little stuff, but then I get like real OCD about it and end up picking it up anyways. Yeah, it feels nice to almost be done with this field. This has been a true grind of a field, especially with the equipment we're using on it. True test of my mental fortitude, honestly. We'll just turn this thing off so that way we can get a little bit more speed through the short ends here. And welcome to the stream to anyone who is new here. Feel free to subscribe, leave a comment if you have any questions or concerns or whatever you got. If you just want to talk farming, I'm down for that too. If you wonder why I'm doing things the way I am, try to explain to you, but it probably won't make sense. Yeah, this is for my RP series I'm doing on my YouTube channel. This is kind of the more behind the scenes, getting stuff done off camera type of stuff, just doing the chores really. So that's what we're up to tonight. We're just going to keep going downhill like this because it's far, far easier. You see we have that one little row over on the edge of the field. We ain't touching it. This setup cannot go and pick that up. So until we have a windrower, that just is going to stay there. Muted my game somehow. Why did playing music just mute my game? How does that work? That's crazy. Alright, well. I tried. Never had that happen before. We'll do that. Computer's up to all kinds of wacky, zany things tonight. don't know why Windows Media Player did that. It's never done that before. Guess I will not play music for the stream, for the rest of the stream. Alright, how much silage do we got? Good, 9. Probably get that easy over 100,000. Oh, that's right. Duh. Big duh on my part. Jesus Christ. Alright, we got it. Holy Christ, those. Let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet, if you didn't even hear it, or you can't hear me now. So much more work than it needed to be. I think I will... I think I'll start on the next field. Or do I? I don't know if I want to start the next field or not. Yeah, I really don't know. Screw it. Let's do a couple passes on it. Alright, I'm just gonna leave the music at that. If it's too loud, sorry. If it's too quiet, well, don't worry about it then. Just let me know in the comments. If you have to tinker with it a little bit more when I have some free time. Yeah, I'm gonna do the outside pass, just open this field, then I might we'll reevaluate, see where we're at. This is what I was talking about. This field is... It's just... this field's not nearly as bad as far as hills go, but oh my god, the lines are so long, especially these outer few ones, just because they are just one continuous row. So it just feels like the field will never end. Oh no, thought we were gonna maybe just skim past it, but we got it. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I did the outer row a bit backwards. Usually this is the one time you do want to drive on top of the other windrows, is for the outer row, just so you're not catching trees and telephone poles and fence poles and fence wires. Unhook that here. We're gonna unhook this here. Return that. Let's put this back in the copper. And we'll get the 4020 back on the chopper box. what's up, Brandon? Thank you very much, man. This is a whole lot of equipment I actually used on our real life farm, so it's very fun to use it in game. It's all part of my 90's RP series I'm doing on my channel, so if you're interested in seeing more, feel free to subscribe and watch the video series. Yeah, we actually had a 4020 in our farm. We didn't have a chocolate box quite like this, but we had something similar. Yeah, everything is very similar to what I grew up with, and it's also in an area. This map is an area where I have lived before, so it's pretty fun. Don't remember what fields had what done. Yeah, it's always fun when you know, you can actually kind of relate to the stuff you're playing in Farm Sim. Farm Sim's already a fun game, but wait. What is in this field? What do you mean ready to harvest? Do we actually have a field that we own that has... Holy Christ, how did I overlook this? Oh God. Oh my God, I can't believe we missed this. This is actually... If this is correct, then we're screwed. Oh my God, we do. We have a whole oats field that I didn't even know this was planted. I thought this was plowed. Oh shit. This is awful. This is like fantastic but awful all at the same time. Oh man, now we gotta scramble. I didn't want to do any of this off camera either. Like, this is, like I said, this is the behind the scenes of the actual RP series. This is like me. Tahiti County. Tahiti County's fun. Well, I appreciate you joining the stream. That's it's definitely more fun when you have someone to chat with on stream. Yeah, Tahiti County's a fun one. It's never really a map that I got too into. I also just took a huge break from FS for a long time, but UMRV is really probably my jam. Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes it does not feel like it when you see people join and leave and join and leave and join and leave, so I appreciate you saying that. I was not anticipating on all of this tonight. I really, when I started this series, I thought I read that I could have sworn this said plowed, but planted. Different P word. The better P word. Oh man. It's a whole new project I was not anticipating. I want to say Westby's is 4x. I mean, it's not that big of a map. It's either a 4 or 8, but I think it's only a 4. Here's the full map. It just looks huge because all the fields are really narrow and squiggly like this, but yeah, it's a cool map. Like I said, it's based on a real place, so it's based on a place that I'm, like I said, very familiar with too, so it's really fun to play. What possibly needs to be unfolded on this thing? What? Am I crazy? Apparently all it took was for the auger to be out. Yeah, it looks like a huge map. It's really, really not big at all. It's like a very fresh take on a lot of different, than a lot of different farming maps on this game, just because it is these really narrow, hilly fields compared to the big. I can't do the big square, empty fields. It's just not like what I'm used to. Yeah, it's crazy too, because it's like so many people like them, and I just don't like the big Montana maps and stuff. I mean, they're cool. I guess they're realistic for what they are, but man, it's to me it's so boring. I don't get it. Like I said, UMRV is my jam. That's like probably between this map and yeah, way easier for AI. But if you're good with like course play, then you don't even really need to worry about AI unless you're playing on console. Then you're kind of shit out of luck. But yeah, this is, like I said, this is not what I anticipated I'm doing at this hour of the night. I think I'm just gonna run straight through and let the straw swath just go into the ditch there. It's not even a real ditch, so not too big of an issue. So true, so true. That's even like when I was farming in real life. I mean, you could have the best laid out plan ever, and one little variable will just completely change it. So I just wish I would have caught this sooner, because I would have done this for my, like I said, this is for an RP, like a very light RP series, but I would have done this for episode 1, but instead I was cutting grass because I didn't think I had anything else to do. Turns out I did. So actually, hopefully this doesn't chunk my computer too bad, but I'm gonna turn this off and this off, so if anyone subscribes or whatever, just leave a comment down below and I will do it, or get to it. I'm just gonna record some of this for the video, because yeah. If you're referring to the series, the RP series, we're just starting with grain. So basically, the lore behind it is I just bought this farm, spent everything. Well, realistically, the bank account should have $1 in it, but we were kind of making things easier for behind the scenes. But starting with $1 with just the basic equipment you saw on the farm here, and then working our way up. So right now we have no animals. We just bought the farm fresh, old equipment, and working our way up to like $1 million farm. So right now just grain, but yeah, switching or gonna have cows hopefully sooner than later. This is like one of the bigger dairy farms on the map too, so once we kind of get some income, you know, and we should be able to like really start cranking out some like dairy production. This is a very interesting field. Yeah, real life, I grew up doing dairy. We shut down our family farm, so now I just live the old dairy life through farm sim. This is how we're gonna just split the field up, just like this. This will work perfect. I need to set up my like racing cockpit. This makes doing long combining projects way easier, just because. Oh man, yeah, so like I grew up on a dairy farm and we closed down like 2 years after I graduated high school, but I mean, looking back on it, it's like a little bit of bittersweet, just because you know, like growing up you kind of hate it because you just miss a lot of stuff like school events and like parties with friends and stuff like that. But then looking back on it, it's like I wouldn't want it any other way. I feel bad for kids who didn't grow up on a farm. Yeah, it's so weird how it's just one of those things you just hate so much about growing up. Like when you're in it, you're like, I would kill to be one of those kids who don't have to go home and work an adult job in middle school. But then like looking back on it, it's like, well, all those other kids just missed out on so much cool shit I got to do and they never will. It's even like I have friends who say the same thing. They're like, I wish. They just tell me that they wish they would have either helped more on our farm or, you know, wish they grew up on a farm. So one thing I'm thinking of doing is possibly small hay bales, but I don't really have anywhere to put them. Well, actually, I do. We have the hay mow. Or straw bales, I should say. Where are we? Balers. Oh, that thing's sweet. The old Times New Roman font that Gale used to use. That's crazy. Yeah, I think something like this. And then obviously it's RP, so like we'd be borrowing it from our neighbor or something. But I think something like this. We should be able to throw all the bales up in our barns, hay mouse, so that'd be pretty nice. Oh, look at that. I've never seen a mod that does that's ever had a quick hitch option for it. It's a little bit different than what we used on our farm, but it's still the same concept. This is like a really easy hitch system that you can throw onto stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, I think I might turn this all into small square bales, just to like really stay true to the small town Wisconsin style of farming. Yeah, that's weird. That'd be really cool if it like actually worked. But we always had something. I think it was called a quick hitch, but it was like we used it on our pull behind chopper, like what I was doing earlier. And the chopper had like basically a spindle hitch and type of thing, and then the gravity or the chopper box would have like a bar that would stick up at a 45-degree angle, and they'd slide into the spindle hitch and it would auto lock, which was pretty sweet. I've been looking for like a good, actual, reliable New Holland stack cruiser just because they are sweet in real life and they'd be even sweeter in game. I know there's one of them that exists, but I don't think it's that great of a mod. But I was literally just thinking that same thing of like, how much is my neighbor willing to let me borrow in this series? Guess you'll have to stay tuned to find out. They're like one of the coolest, like, weird niche pieces of equipment. Little New Holland stacker. Yeah, like I said, there is one that exists, but every video I've seen it in, it just looks a little jank. Maybe while I'm streaming, I'll make like one small square bale and just see if it works in the hay mow, and if so, then we'll make it work. So I believe that the hay mow in the barn has like an auto. I think so, yeah, because I think I even downloaded it once, and the textures are just like bad. Everything's just like very matte and flat and sad. Right, so we're gonna run into a very, very, very weird situation here of I have no way of storing any of this. I have 3 gravity boxes and that's it. I can't use my grain bins. That just dawned on me. This is the problem with doing stuff off camera for a video series, is you can't really hot swap stuff because it needs to be done in the video series. Let me think. All right, I can stop recording now. Turn all this back on. I mean, my alerts haven't been working all night anyway, so if anyone subscribed, yeah, like that's a good idea, actually. That's a really good idea. That remember me. Maybe my neighbor can lend me his auger. The co-op idea is actually really good because all I really have to do is note down how much I harvested and then just refill that amount in the gravity boxes whenever I decide to pull it from the co-op in the series. It's a really good idea, actually. Thank you for that. I've never thought of that. This is why I'm glad I streamed this, because if I would have discovered this on my own, well, I would have discovered it tomorrow, which is September, which is a day too late, or like month too late to harvest this, so I'd been screwed. And I would have never thought of doing any of this. Like I said, oops, in that first episode of my series, I even went into the map here and just showed my property, and I swear to God, it's either on camera or off camera. I swear to God, I looked at it. I think it was on camera even, and I just saw Pete. I think I saw this field and just said, "Yep, it's plowed, so we only have these fields here." And I just completely didn't even like double check. Oh, I've done that so many times. I've just, yeah, especially like on UMRV, that map is quite large for, I think it's only a 4X as well. But I just drive past a field and be like, oh shit, there's just stuff sitting in it still. Just gonna start making my way back towards the driveway so we can empty this thing. Looks like we'll be able to make it to the end of this row. Yeah, so like right now I have like balers, you saw that one. I have this one that we could use. I have this one that I believe, yeah, you can. I wish somebody would make a mod that had a kicker on it. Because on our farm we actually used to do small square bales and it had a kicker that would launch it instead of the belts, but whatever. It works. And then I do have hay racks somewhere. I have this one, just like the kind of more homemade looking hay rack, and then I also have the nicer, newer looking one, which is what we had on our farms, just not notch branded. So yeah, I think that's what we're probably gonna do. I think, probably. We'll see when it comes time to record. This bad boy off and we'll go get the... I'm really curious. I don't think it's gonna fit. I'm really curious if this thing... No, it's definitely way too short. I was gonna say it'd be so funny if I could load the bins with this thing. This, I hope these aren't too tall for this combine. Yeah. Oh, what in God's name is that hitch? What is that? Okay, well, we're gonna run it for now, but I don't love that. I've had to hand stack quite a few wagons myself, and that sucks. Ours, so like ours, it had that kicker on it, but for the longest time we'd also hand stack, even though it'd keep kicking them back, and then you'd have to dodge them and then stack it as they were still kicking. And then we kind of just gave up on that. I hate the way this hitch is working right now. So why are we not? Oh, that truck's not even compatible with grain. It's like legitimately just a fertilizer tender? Oh. Look at that. Oh man, working with small bales back, like especially, I don't know where you're from, but like Wisconsin is like super, super, super humid in the summertime, and oh, it's just awful. Everything just sticks to you. All that nasty ass hay dust sticks to you. Truly miserable. All right, well, I definitely know where I'm getting some extra cash in the next video. Oh, really? I live in Colorado now, so we're state neighbors. I'm still adjusting to the dry heat. It's kind of wild out here. Yeah, everything would just stick to you in Wisconsin. It was just awful. Smart move. I never woke up early for anything. I would just show up and do whatever I was told. That's a real bummer that augered gravity box is for fertilizer only. I kind of figured it was only for fertilizer, but would have been really nice if it wasn't. Yeah. I tried to be pretty picky about everything I'm using on this series, just because I try to be a little bit authentic about like the areas that I'm making videos in. So and obviously, like I said, this is an area I'm very familiar with. So like weird ghetto stuff like this is so common around like where I grew up and where this map is located. And then everyone's got a shitty old beater, like Dodge or Chevy truck as well. Yeah, that homemade auger truck, that is getting sold in the next video for sure, because I have no reason to have that much fertilizer on a farm this big. Yeah, I feel like that was like the just go-to like easiest brand for any like manufacturer to get a hold of is just Detroit's, and just everyone just threw Detroit in anything. And now, like where I originally grew up, they do a lot of like manure pumping, like long distances, like over a mile, and you have to have a pump every few hundred yards. And now they use the old Detroit engines as manure pumps, which is insane. They just rip the engine of a semi and put it on a... Well, actually, they rip the whole front end of a semi off and turn it into their, like, just a trailer, basically. And they use them as pumps. And they run, like, 18 hours a day and never break down. Yeah, it's actually really similar to, like, the pumps and hoses pack. It's pretty much exactly what they do with the pumps and hoses pack, just on a much larger scale. Yeah, it's super common. So, not so much in like this region of Wisconsin where it's hilly. Like where I grew up is pretty flat, and you'd to pump out your slurry tank or pit. You can either obviously pump it out into tankers like a lot of people do. But then some people do like direct inject, so like it's just a huge hose that pumps out of the pit and then like up to a few miles away, and then it'd be like, it's hard to explain. It'd be like what am I looking for here? Be something sort of like, I don't have... kind of similar to like a ripper, like a really shallow ripper. And then the hose direct inject... Actually, I know exactly how to explain it. If we go here. It's basically Like, if there's like a decent example. Probably this one's the best. Something like this, except it just hooks up to the back of your tractor, and there's a big ass hose nozzle right here, and it just pumps everything into the ground. And it's so like it doesn't pump into one of these. It's literally that hose is from pit to tractor. Like it's a direct connect, just with like 15 different pumps between it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a wild system. It's super dangerous because the amount of pressure that you're working with. People die every single year working on them. It's like it's wild. Yeah, the company, I used to work for a custom crop company out of high school, and they specialized in like silage production, planting and harvesting, and then like as a kind of a side business, they had a manure pumping business. And when it would get slow in like the crop harvesting and planting side, they would try to put me on the shit crew, and I was like, absolutely not. And they get so mad because I just tell them straight up, no, that ain't happening. But yeah, when those hoses break, it's just a disaster as well, because like you're just basically running it through like down ditches and like through culverts and stuff. So I mean, the potential for a I guess technically biohazard incident is quite large. And then it's quite expensive to fix it. I think I'm gonna finish this half of the field. Or do over half. Or maybe like do 3/4 of all of this, and then leave a little bit for me to make a video out of. I think that'll work. True. Very true. Yeah, in Wisconsin, excuse me, we have so many lakes and rivers and streams and just bodies of, like, small bodies of water that they're super strict on, like, sprayer runoff and manure runoff, and they will fine the absolute hell out of you if you make it oopsie with that. never used this combine mod before, and it's working pretty good so far, actually. I was worried about how, I mean, it's just a pretty small head, but I was worried about how well it would handle the hilly terrain. It seems to be doing pretty good. Interior looks like. Oh, it's almost the exact interior of what our old combine used to look like. Super similar, actually. Gross. I hated that combine. Spent so many mind-numbing hours in that thing. And it had a rattle behind the dashboard that I could never find to fix. So it just drive you insane all day. Never heard of that before. We used to have, I remember my grandma's house on our farm. We used to have, like, a bunch of old, like, farming. It was basically just farming promotional videos, like, for their equipment. But we would watch the shit out of it just because it was so cool seeing the cool different types of equipment that we've never seen before. Used to have stacks like VHSs of like the new brand releases for the year and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. I was a kid we grew up watching those. Didn't know what the hell. Didn't realize that they were trying to just sell us stuff. But we just like looking at cool toys. We grew up watching those, and then we're also really big into like snowmobile riding, and I remember Yamaha used to just send us the new product videos every year with the VHS, and we watched the shit out of the Yamaha product videos as well. That's exactly what it was for us too. Cool things we would never be able to buy. think I'm only gonna do this little chunk here, and then the next one over. And I think we'll leave the rest for recording. Man, I didn't even know quad tracks were a thing until playing farm sim. Like that type of equipment. It's just not like it. Just tracks don't really work where I grew up, just because we have really heavy clay, and they would plug the tracks. There's a few people that had actually pretty much this combine right here. I remember seeing there's a few guys who like test drove technically the Lexion, but the Cats, and there was a few guys who test drove some tracked ones near us, and the tracks plugged up near instantaneously with like mud, and tracks did not catch on near us because of it. Yeah, I think they're really, really good for like Montana and Dakotas and like Utah as well. Like all exactly the drier stuff, like where it's a little bit more hard packed. I think it works fantastic. I don't think it's quite as good on real soft, muddy terrains. Unfortunately, everything we had growing up was very soft, very muddy. We did have right here, this was our biggest tractor. The 8760. That was our biggest tractor on our farm. Let's see if I can. It was basically somewhat similar to that. It wasn't quite this narrow, but it wasn't quite as wide as like these tires either. Kind of in between. I love this tractor. This thing was sweet. Yeah, we also, there's only like really one part of Wisconsin that really irrigates, and it's for potato farming. Pretty much all the rest of Wisconsin's all just natural rainfall. Yeah, dude, the 8760 it's like one of my favorite tractors of all time. I love it. It handled really nice for being I think it was an 80s era tractor. The interior was like shockingly comfortable. It was a workhorse of a tractor for us. Thing like never quit. You could go into some it was like really big, but surprisingly like kind of light for what it was. So you could go into some pretty sketchy mud with it, and it would go straight through it. There was one time where we got that thing stuck. We had it hooked up to like a big ass moldboard plow, and we buried it in some really soft clay. And we had to daisy chain like 3 tractors to the front of it just to even get it to budge a little bit. We had that, and then this was probably my second favorite tractor. Now I think about it, I have another one that we owned. Actually, I have a few that we owned. We had this one right here with basically that exact. Nope. Oh, right there. There it is. I was talking about this earlier in my stream. I was talking about how when we were chopping silage on the pull behind chopper, this was how our tractor was configured. But yeah, this was our tractor. That right there, that exact tractor was probably our newest one. We also had a 966 with a cab on it, but it was like the cheapest cab that Case made or International made, and it was awful. It was awful. It wasn't one of these cabs. Where the hell is the cab option? Whatever. It wasn't one of these cabs. It was way cheaper, way skinnier, way rattlier. And it contained all noise that came from the tractor's engine straight into the cab. It was awful. I don't think there's... We had a 4020. We had one of those on the farm. We had this was a fun tractor to drive. We had a Super M. That was really fun. Love our Super M. Yeah, luckily I was never really one to get stuck. I was usually the one getting people unstuck. Except at the custom crop company I worked for. They had one of these bad boys. Man, I'm just show and telling at this point. They had one of the something similar to probably something like this. Similar setup to this, but it was split in half, so it was a little bit like taller, I guess, wider. But when it was folded, it was like quite a bit taller. Kind of like this. And these stupid little rollers don't work with clay. They just straight up don't work. And we tried telling our boss several times that it would work, and then he said, "It'll work, trust me." And then like the first time I hit any bit of wet ground, it instantly plugged up and buried the tractor. It just stopped on a dime. The second the rollers quit moving, the tractor just started spinning, and before you could even stop it, it was done. It's like the one major time I've been stuck. Exactly. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was like near instant that that thing was just done. And then their solution: just don't let it go in as deep. Just do it just so the rollers are just touching the dirt. I'm like, well, that's not really cultivating anymore, is it? And they're like, well, it's better than nothing. So that was their solution. That was one of like the most janky operations I've ever worked on. They had like pretty decent equipment, but God, did they just... They were so worried about, like, they were so understaffed and so they over-delivered on all their promises with the contracts they accepted that we were behind schedule every single day. And then they themselves farmed like 3,000 acres or something like that, which in central Wisconsin was a lot. And yeah, they were a disaster. Yeah, that company that I worked for did their own anhydrous stuff too, and oh my God, I'm so glad I never had to work with any of the, like, any bit of that, because they were they did stuff like fast and wild. They were none too careful with anhydrous. And then the coolest part was the anhydrous tank on the farm was like upwind of the entire farm, so you really had to be careful about where the wind was that day. Like I said, I never had to personally work with hydrous, but I'm very well aware of how nasty that shit is. Every year like Wisconsin would have a few farmers, at least one for sure, die from anhydrous, and then we always had a few farmers die from like methane fumes from manure pits as well. That was like a big cause of death. It was usually like someone was just walking across their farmyard and the wind would shift, and then like that, basically like methane cloud would like surround the person and just suffocate them before they could escape the cloud. It's crazy. Yeah, we never had a manure pit. We were, our barn just had a daily cleaning system in it. Like you had to spread manure every single day. Yeah, see, ours was either, everyone around us either had in-ground pits, or I don't think there's any farms on here that have it, but like an above-ground tank. Kind of, I don't think I have any mods for it. Yeah, no, don't. It was similar to this, but up, like completely above ground. There's nothing. There's no bit of underground. I find it so interesting how different parts of the country do the exact same job, just in totally different ways, just because they had to adapt to, you know, their specific climates. Yeah, see, that's crazy. I've never even heard of. I mean, obviously, like septic tanks for like houses. But I've never heard of like a actual manure pit underground. Like that's pretty nuts. Yeah, even like I was saying, Wisconsin, like with the potato farmers that do irrigation, they don't even really do circle fields that much. They just do kind of rectangle fields that have the pivots in them anyways. You don't really start seeing too many circle fields in the Midwest until you get like western Minnesota, eastern Dakotas. I should say northern Midwest, the area I was used to. It's like out here, I mean, granted I live in like the Denver, or near Denver But like, even driving through like eastern Colorado here, it's so weird to see like the style of farming is so different. I think we'll finish this little stretch and then I'll leave the rest for the video. Still have this huge grass field to cut too. That's no small feat with my little haybine. Oh, I just realized my music quit playing like a long time ago. That's exactly what we used. We had the concrete silos. Our neighbors had harvesters and we had concrete silos. All the bigger farms have like pretty much switched all to like the silage bunker, the tarped piles. But I'm still a sucker for a concrete silo. I don't know if that's gonna be too loud or not, but I need something playing in the background to just have it very quietly for me. I don't know how loud it is for you guys. Yeah, see, I never had to, one of the farms that I worked on had the silage pile, but I was always more, that was a dairy farm, and I always just had to work in the barn, so I never had to deal with compacting. But I know I despise compacting in this game. It takes for goddamn ever. I can't stand it. That's why when I saw this farm had silos and bunkers, I instantly chose the silo. There was a 0% chance you're going to get me to compact if I don't have to in this game. Now in real life, that would probably actually be pretty fun, but in game, not so much. No, it's, and I don't even think it's really at the fault of the game. It's just in real life you can, you know, it's just easier to do stuff like that. You can manipulate things a lot easier in real life. It's the same with like logging in this game too. Super cool in real life, kind of not that fun in this game. Although I am doing an RP series on that as well. It's the first time I've like ever actually tried logging in this game, and I decided to make a YouTube series out of it. So I'm not sure how great it's gonna go for me. So far, I'm just using small equipment, so it's been pretty good. I'm actually just gonna... Yeah, I only have a single joystick. I would like to, I gave my buddy my other joystick, so... Once I start, if I ever start making a little bit of money on YouTube, that's like one of the first things I'm buying is another joystick for the setup. I just think the log physics are still a little janky. I don't think they quite handle like they should. That and they are way too prone to like just exploding randomly still. If you just lay them in like the wrong orientation. I've already had that happen even using small equipment. I have the Thrustmaster like T16000. It's like one of the most popular joysticks. I have the stick and throttle for like flight sim, and then I've recently been using it for playing out of ore. And then once I get into some bigger equipment, I plan on setting up my stick for farm sim. But I just haven't been using equipment that really justifies taking the time to do it yet. And also, like I said, I'd rather set up my... I still need to set up my like whole steering wheel cockpit and stuff, so I'd rather set it up more for that. The nice thing with the Logitech one is the thumb rest just pops out, and you can swap it over to the other side. Well, actually, I think you have to... I think it came with one. I think I might have thrown that away. But yeah, you can just swap the T16000, just like the same stick, to left or right-handed. Now that I say that, I do think I threw away my thumb rest. Shit. There's an actual ditch there. It's been pretty smooth sailing up until that ditch. Yeah, I saw, what is it? I think Moza came out with like a trucking style one. I think it's still not huge, but I saw they had one too. I wouldn't mind upgrading to something like that too. Like I said, if I'd like to get to the point where I can like just make enough money on YouTube to where I can just sustain, you know, keeping my stuff up to date for YouTube with YouTube. That's all. I have no ambitions of, well, it would be cool, but like I'm not looking to like make bank off of YouTube. I just like to get just big enough to where I can, you know, keep up to date with stuff to continue making YouTube videos and make them smoother and stuff. But yeah, I think like right now I have the Thrustmaster like GT 300 or whatever, 300 GT, whatever it is, and the rim is so tiny. And it feels so goofy, especially the way I have it set up. Since I play a lot of like iRacing too, the way I have it set up is not conducive to driving like semis and tractors. It's set up more like a GT or F1 type of car. Even though I mostly play like NASCAR and sprint cars. I think my absolute dream, if like for farm sim, and I almost had the opportunity to buy one once out of like a salvage tractor, but I didn't, is just buy like an actual farm like tractor seat and then side console is and convert it into like have like electric switches and stuff to be able to use it in game. I almost got like one out of early 2000s John Deere for fairly cheap, and I did not buy it because I was living in a tiny little pump, which I regret now. But yeah, like the G25, like GT 300, whatever the hell the Logitech is, they're all just, or the Thrustmasters, they're all so small. Great for racing, terrible for farm sim. Yeah, it's like, the thing is the hardest part is just getting the seat, because like obviously with the side console, and it would only work with like a newer one that has like switches and like actual levers. Anything with like the old like kind of more gear shifty type of stuff, it wouldn't really work. But the hardest part is just getting a seat for cheap, because those side consoles are goddamn expensive. So still tempted at some point to build my own. It really wouldn't be that hard. It's just a lot of work and using brain power, which I don't like doing if I don't have to usually. Prefer to do that like once I have my own house or still living in an apartment. Like I said, there's a lot of projects I'd like to do that I think would actually like legitimately benefit like doing stuff on YouTube, but I'd rather just kind of fund it through through YouTube. Oh yeah, dude, like get it, like I said, this was like it was out of a John Deere, so like the right armrest was the entire side console, so it was the air ride seat and side console, and it was out of like a Rex John Deere. But it was like at an auction. I think the seat ended up going for like $700 with the console, but I have not seen it that cheap since. So. Oh yeah, dude. All of our nicer tractor seats in our farm were all cloth, and I despised all of them. They were so gross. Yeah, it was at like a it was at like a local auction type of thing, and I saw it and I was like, I was like fresh out of not fresh out of high school, but fresh into my first like college apartment, and I was like, I would love to have that thing, but I definitely could not justify it to my girlfriend, now wife. I think she would have killed me. I just talked to her today about my buddy has a full, like, super nice homemade sim rig that's all wood, so it'd be really easy to like do any modifications I wanted to it since it's wood. And it's the seat on it is better than what I have now, like on mine, and it's just all around like better quality than the pre-built one I have. And I just talked to her today about it. And I'm like, he's just willing to give it to me. And she's like, yeah, well, you need to get yours first. I'm like, well, I think we have room for 2. And she's like, no, we don't. So I don't think I could swing it. Oh, it's super quick too. She's like, unless you're gonna sell your current one before you get the new one, you are not getting another one. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I don't need another one that bad. But yeah, this one that my buddy made would be actually really good for like farm sim and like Euro Truck Sim and American Truck Sim, just because it's just the way it's built. It's built like somewhat like a cockpit, so it'd be really easy just to screw shit into the wood, and be really ergonomic for like a farming, like kind of fake tractor setup. But it is like twice the size of my current one, and it would definitely take up a good chunk of space. Oh, we're full of shit. I personally, I know it's I've learned it's a little bit sacrilegious to say, but I personally love ETS2 way more than American Truck Sim. ETS2 with like I don't know what the mods are called, but like the huge map mods, like that add like all of Europe. I absolutely used to love playing. I don't really have the patience for it anymore, but yeah, I put a lot of hours into ETS2. Just throw a movie on the side, go to town. Yeah, see, I don't have like a shifter or anything like that. I just use the paddle shifters on my wheel. That, or I'll use my joystick and just push it forward and backwards. It's like a sequential, but I'm also kind of a sucker for European trucks. I think they're kind of cool looking. Oh yeah, my favorite truck in that game. I don't know the model, but it's the Scania that has kind of the American front end on it, where it's like it's not a cab over. It's more of a, I guess it's just kind of more American style, but like really rounded Scania style. That's like my favorite truck, like semi, in the entire world. Don't know what it's called. Just love the look of it. Is it called TCAT? I gotta Google it now. Yeah, that's exactly it. Those things are my favorite semi in any kind of semi. Those things are so cool to me for some, like, I absolutely love those. Where remember when I first kind of started getting into computer gaming, I would do it at my grandma's house on her laptop. And Euro Truck Sim was one of the very first games I ever got on computer. And the TCAB was the very first mod I ever downloaded for Euro Truck Sim. Yeah, they're an absolutely badass truck. It's funny too, at least based off my experience in ETS2, they still handle better than like an American truck does, even though they're like built virtually the same. Somehow they still like turn sharper and handle better. Those, and then one of our neighbors when I was growing up was a like a long distance like moving, like worked for like a movie company, like Atlas kind of, and he had one of the extended Kenworths, and those things are badass as well. They virtually just bolt a camper onto the back of a semi truck and then still throw a trailer on it. Oh, really? I did not know that Scania quit making them. I knew they're, I mean, just from what I've seen, they're kind of niche, but like, God, they are so cool. Scania trucks in general are sweet. I like Scania. That's also because one of our farm vehicles was an old Saab 900 Turbo, which is like the sister company to Scania, so... Big Saab/Scania fanboy. See, we only really owned like one legit semi on our farm, and we only owned it for a few years and we sold it. But it was a Peterbilt because my stepdad is just a die-hard Peterbilt fan, but Peterbilt. I just had a stroke there for a second. But yeah, dude, our Saab was like one of the greatest vehicles ever. I love that thing. If I could find another one in good condition for a decent price, I would buy it in a heartbeat. I love those. It was like a 92, I want to say 92 or 93 Saab 900, the two-door one, hard top. The thing was sweet. That was like our errand running vehicle for our farm. So we go pick up like our Amish employees and stuff in, or like go get vet supplies and stuff from town in. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure my parents still have it tucked away somewhere on their property. But for a long time, there's a race called the 24 Hours of Lemons, which is basically you just take an old shitbox car and put a roll cage in it and race it. And we were gonna race the Saab just because it was beyond restoration, but still good enough to drive. And we were gonna turn into a race car just because that thing, yeah, for being kind of a heavier car, it cruised. It handled really, really well. We would take it back onto like some dirt roads and like rally it. It handled fantastically. And I just broke this trailer, didn't I? Son of a bitch. Oh, fix itself, thank God. Yeah, towards the end we ended up having to put a lot of money into it to keep it running, but like it was all just really small dumb repairs. There was never like any critical failures. Yeah, I think it, God, I miss the Saab. The thing's so fun. I drive a Civic Type R now, so. My project car, which is currently across the country, still in Wisconsin, is a 57 Chevy, two-door. You see, I'm such a Saab fanboy, but like Volvos, they're cool, but they don't do it to me. But there is a few models, and I don't even know what the models are. But there's a few of them that I've seen that are like sweet. Yeah, my 57 was my grandpa's. He passed away from leukemia last year, and I inherited it. So. My plan is once we get a house to make sure we have a garage big enough to have like store it and then turn it into a restoration project. His was like well, mine now. I'll actually see if I can pull it up on stream. It's actually a Ford color that he painted on it. But it looks super clean. Picture of it went. There it is. So that's my car. It's like a navy blue, but like once it gets darker, it turns into like a midnight purple type of color. It's almost like a two-tone, but it's actually not. It's weird. Thank you. Yeah, between that and then my like I said, I have a 2019 Civic Type R. Those are my two babies now. So my absolute dream project car is to find a roller 57, like just a super clean body, and turn it into like a kind of a semi off-road type of 57 Chevy. Like lift it and put some bigger tires on it and stuff. Just because I think it'd be crazy looking and probably piss some people off. Looks like we're gonna have a huge project for next spring in this series as well. Everything needs plowing here. Other than like the one field that was already plowed when we bought the land. Oh yeah, literally everything we own needs to be plowed. That sucks. Oh, you're talking about Matt's off-road recovery. That's where I got the idea. The Morvair? Yeah, that's exactly where I got the idea from. I want to do exactly what he did with the Morvair, except turn it into the 57 Chevy. Yeah, I'm a fairly regular watcher of Matt. He's super. I've been enjoying his spud truck build lately. I'm excited to see their Corvair Baja project as well. Yeah, a little bummed that this truck's gonna have to get sold because it's kind of cool. We had this version of it. We had a Kilbros augured wagon, and these hydraulic hoses would get just like painfully scorching hot. Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah, he seems like he'd be a cool dude to talk to. His whole crew seems like they're pretty sweet. I don't remember downloading this. This is sick. Better than this nasty thing that they have in the game. Yeah, they look they look super cool to hang out with. When I first moved out to Colorado this spring, I had a Jeep, and I was looking to get kind of more into the off-road community, and then I realized Jeeps are ass and can't be trusted to go anywhere off-road, so I sold it. Got my Civic. I had so many problems with the Jeep on-road, I did not trust it to go off-road. That was like one of the main reasons me and my wife moved out to Colorado, was to go do some wicked shit out in the mountains. Mine came like, granted they were rough country shocks, but they were like the higher end rough country, if that's even a thing. But it was pretty much built to go on light trails, which is really what we wanted to do. Like I said, I mean, it couldn't even handle being a mall crawler without having major problems. It wasn't even, if it would have been like a blown fuse or something here and there, that would have been fine. But this was like, would completely self-destruct in the middle of an intersection for no reason, and then just start working again after like 5 minutes. And it happened several times. So I said, screw it. Took a higher car payment for a Civic just because Colorado has a pretty good car scene. So yeah, that Jeep, the amount of times I beat the shit out of that steering wheel just because I was so angry at it. It's like it would go like shut down to the point where it was a whatever the new one is, the newest edition. Why? No. It was a 2018 Wrangler. I don't know what they are. The JL. That's what it was. It was like the first year of their new model, new generation. And I just from farming, I even knew the rule, like farming and snowmobiling, I knew the rule of never buy a first year of a new generation. And I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. No, it was that fucking bad. It was bad. And then to make it worse, I love yellow cars, and this thing was bright yellow, so it really didn't help the me trying to argue that it wasn't a total lemon of a vehicle. Yeah, I had like I said, I never took it off road. I planned on it, but never did. I had the CAN bus snap twice. For no reason other than just highway vibrations, which it didn't vibrate that bad at all. Like I didn't have death wobbles or anything like that. I had it pretty well balanced. And the CAN buses would just crack for no reason. So I just had a fucking glove box full of spare CAN buses. And then the dealership that was dumb enough to buy it from me sold it, and then it got returned, I'm pretty sure, because it disappeared off the lot for like 3 weeks, and now it's back again, so it's been sitting there for like 3 months now. I used to have a 2001 Jeep Cherokee Sport, and that thing was sweet. That thing was an absolute tank. The only reason I had to we actually ended up junking it because the frame rusted out before the engine died, so. It's one of the biggest downsides of living in Wisconsin is shit rusts fast. Yeah, that was my first ever car. It was a 2001 Cherokee Sport. Oh man, Wisconsin. Like I said, we just moved out here in April, and we're already kind of talking about moving back at some point in the next few years once we decide to start having kids and stuff. And I don't even think I could bring my Civic Type R out there and feel good about it. I just have to sell it because I know it would get ruined even driving it in the summer. There's so much salt still on the roads. Like it's so impossible to have nice things in like northern climates. I'm excited for the winter here in Colorado this year because as much as like everyone out here that I've met likes to complain about how bad the winters are, I've watched how bad the winters are, and they're not. Granted, we're not in the mountains. We're near Denver, but the mountains are, or the winters are not bad out here compared to the shit we deal with in Wisconsin. Ooh, that's snazzy. See, I can handle snow. The thing I worked as a police officer in Wisconsin, and between farming and being a police officer, I can't stand having to work out in negative 30 degrees on a daily basis. I cannot stand it anymore. I was over it, so that's why we chose Colorado, because they still have mountains and snow. Or Wisconsin have mountains, but Colorado still has like actual winters. But if it does get that cold here, it's like for 2 days, not for 2 weeks straight. Like I still have a picture of it somewhere from a few years ago. My car dashboard in my squad car read negative 66. I don't need to be working in negative 66 anymore. Yeah, it was awful. It was the worst thing ever. And of course, those are the nights where, everyone decides to have a car accident or hit a deer or forget to fill up with gas. Like those are the nights where people decide to just go full stupid. So it's one reason why I quit being a cop, is I just couldn't handle the dumb. I can handle the crazy, I just can't handle the dumb. Well, I think I'm going to end the stream. Thank you very much for subscribing, Brandon, and talking to me tonight. I will probably be on tomorrow night streaming. I will probably post more ahead of time from now on about when I will stream on my Discord and on my YouTube community post things. So yeah, thank you for hanging out tonight. Peace out.